So we will be recording this meeting, just as a heads up.
You're good to go. You already,
Yeah.
Oh, you hit record. Welcome all. Thank you for joining us today. I'm Mike Les. I'm program manager at the OpenID Foundation. It's a pleasure to meet many of you for the first time today. I'm going to cover a couple quick housekeeping items before we get started. Please note we have a full agenda, so we're tight on time. So we'll do our best to keep time and get through the entire agenda. There's one agenda change, and that is Daniel Fett will be doing the last working group update, the EKYC and IDA working group update. I should also note that we're recording the session, so we'll be posting the link to the recording. And we also, please note the note well statement up on the screen currently. You don't have to sign a contribution agreement to participate, but anything you say is not protected IPR. So with further ado, I'd like to introduce Gail Hodges, OpenID Foundation Executive Director.
Thank you, Mike. As all of you know, my right hand and effectively the Chief Operating Officer of the OpenID Foundation. So thank you, Mike, for your service and keeping us honest throughout this journey today. My pleasure to be here. Only a few words of welcome. Obviously, tremendously fantastic to see so many of you in 3D and to have so many representatives in 2D up on the screen behind me. I think we have about 34 people coming in already so far, and hopefully others will come in as we kick off. This is an exciting time to be in the space of identity. I know many of you are long tenured and very much experts in this domain, and trump my mere 6 years in this space, sometimes by decades. But the challenges of our time are truly profound. The possibility of really preserving privacy in the internet domain feels more engrasped than ever before, and solving some of the structural challenges around security and enabling the federation of use cases that we all know and love really feels like it's transcended the roots of social logins where this work has started to much wider domains. So we'll talk today, and Nat will speak to Fappy and the work of the financial grade API for enabling not just open banking, but open finance and into open data. Delighted to have Debuchy talking to us about health and the possible applications for the health field, and many more of the different subject areas that are hopefully, not yet in that agenda. I'll go back. A lot of rich topics that we're going to go through today. So we do seek to have a two-way conversation during the course of this discussion. So please do feel free to chime in with your questions, both those on the video behind me, as well as those that are in the room. So without further ado, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate your participation and solving so many of these crucial problems. And I'd like to introduce our chairman, Nat Sekimura. Nat?
Thanks very much. I'm so grateful that we could finally meet you guys face to face after it's been more than 2.5 years for me to come back to the United States. So, and also I'd like to thank everybody online for joining us. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Google for providing us this excellent facility. And since we have so much agenda, I'd like to stop here and just say to you, tell you guys to enjoy the meeting. Thanks very much.
Let me just make sure we've got everybody admitted. I think they're in. Okay, I'd like to welcome Debuchy to the stage to talk to us about health. And here are your pages. You can just use
the button.
Use that little right arrow.
Hello, everybody. I've adrenaline rush. It's worse than like when I go for a gig and I've never been in the room before. It's just, I was going to give you some introductions about who I am, but many of you already know. And if I may not know you personally, I've certainly seen your names on a lot of different profiles and words. So it's really good to be here. So it doesn't make sense for me to tell you what you already know. So I'm going to give you some time to tell you more about the space and how I understand it. As many of you know, I was started associating with the OpenID Foundation 2009 Obama administration. I was at that time, I was at National Institutes of Health. We were trying to get 450 different research institutes trying to connect to resources at NIH. InCommon was in its infancy. Maybe they had 9, but by the time 9 to 40 members, they must have over 500 now. And I think OpenID Connect 1 had just started. So, and then from there, I moved into the health IT space, which was a totally different beast. So let me see if I get some pictures here. So I know well about the US health market, but not so much about the rest of the world. So a lot of this, to be able to start this effort, I really wanted to look out and see what was in the landscape. And luckily in 2020, the Global Digital Health Partnership did a survey of over 22 different countries, and to take a look of what are the standards that they are actually using in healthcare. And for now, between a lot of it is still peer-to-peer, messaging-based, that's still being used today in most of the country. The idea of taking, I mean, there's been some slow incremental from messaging to non-XML to XML to an XML document base that has been so complicated that they turned around to design what is FHIR, which is both vocabulary and transport, and can be used in different ways. So I just, as for reference, just the slides and the different standards that are being used along the way. So, can't walk away. So, so this is a picture. On the left-hand side is the picture that I was familiar with, that not only is there research and there's biopharma and things like that, but providers in the United States, this is a picture of the United States and what's going on now. So you have many providers. Providers can be clinics, pharmacies, hospitals, bed vendors, anything that provides services to a patient. And that, and then on the other side, there is also a huge payer element. So it's not just the providing of the services, but how are they being paid? And for within the US market, there is the emergence of what they're calling a network of networks. They have had health information and exchanges in place since the Obama administration. I think it was 2011 when it first launched. And so they were trying to extend it. But what happened is it became more closed networks. So where they're trying to move it towards an open-based network. It's voluntary. It's still very much SOAP-based, and that's what they're starting up. But because of the movement towards FHIR, there's a press for them to go to more a 3-year roadmap to get more to open APIs on that side. And then at the same time, in legislation, there is mandates to use open APIs, and they are, by the end of this year, every single health, electronic health record service needs to provide interfaces to support that. And then to couple along it, even though where I came from, ONC does not manage the payer side, CMS has also adopted those same standards. So as a way to try to limit the optionality that they're seeing in the different types of profiles that are out there. So, but it's more than that. Because patients have the right to have their own information, and because a lot of that around the COVID and pandemic and the reason to be able to get data and have access to data, we're seeing a lot of work in, especially in the area where I come from, for federated analytics, machine learning, to leverage that data. The idea that, and it's not just their health data that is about a patient, it could be their pharma data, their genomics, the environmental data, social of health, social determinants of health. There's mandatory public reporting. All of this is about the patient and how it's growing and what standards are going to use about it. So it's not just the regulated space. So then I did the mappings. So that when I did it, it kind of looked like that. And then I saw that Aaron had this chart about the optionality. And it seems that was I was doing. What I did is I looked at all the OpenID Foundation work. And let's see, let me go back. I'm missing an important point. I apologize. So, oh, maybe it is in my mapping. So what's occurring is there are international HL7, which is an international body. There is also IHE, that is an international body. So what I did was I started comparing those profiles to with the list of profiles that were in the profiles that they were using across the space. And then I boiled this down to the Global Alliance for Genomics and Health, the Smart App Launch, which is specifically for the FHIR APIs, UDAP. UDAP, if anybody is familiar in the United States, they had a messaging MIME base called Direct Trust that was built heavily upon PKI. So there are standards that they have developed to extend that work, to reuse that work, the PKI work that's behind it. And then the IHE, the IUA. IHE international standards are used mainly for the messaging and SOAP-based, and they are moving to more RESTful-based profiles. And so I kind of generalized what I was seeing, that it's interesting that the IHE is going directly to OAuth 2.1, and it's a federated approach, JOT and SAML-based assertions, because they're trying to leverage that work that was already before it. The UDAP is basically has created extensions to be able to use those certificates, which is the authentication and AZA extensions, and through everything to leverage that work that was already there. And then the Smart App Launch has an extension just to be able to use the user interface from the front, but most of it is back-end, SIBA-based, as I would say. And then the other one that was brought up is that I thought was interesting is the Global Alliance for Genomics and Health, and the creation of I guess a two-tier authorization where you have a passport. And then not only a passport, you have the opportunity for the visa. And with the visas come with authorizations that you can do, that they have created their own special profiles around that. So from everything that I've looked for, all I have is more questions. So here we go. Optionality. What's the value of having conformance to a main standard when there's so many extensions that get added to it? One example, there was a great presentation at the last HART meeting about the work that was done in Norway, and that there was some perceived gaps, but the gaps was said, well, that's an implementation issue. If that's an implementation issue, could that lead to yet another optionality in the work that we do? And you're welcome to read. And then how do updates to specs? So if the IHE is looking at a standard that's not 2.1, what is this in draft? And then they base all their work, they put it in law, they base it on the standard, and then you want to evolve. How are you able to agilely evolve these standards to show the worth of being able to align and comply? Is there a way to make that migration from one version to the other easier? And then I really have a question about GNAP, and I've been reading, is OAuth and GNAP aligning? Is Fappy and GNAP kind of alike? What is going on in that space that because of the idea to address back about optionality? So those are just some major questions I have. Where is it going? Is anybody willing to say? That says a lot right there. So,
I think we want to open this up to discussion, or are you going to do next steps?
We could discussion this. Say that again.
Would you like to do discussion now?
I would like to do the discussion now because there's not much left but saying about what my next steps are. So, is there any questions or any comments? Well, yes. Your position about.
That's the last time I.
Deb, could you repeat his question?
That's the way to do it so they can hear it. So is it a question or a comment?
It's a question for you now.
Okay.
Is there anybody here that's active in that?
Is there anybody here that is active in GNAP? In the room, back in the back. But I see that Aaron is also co-writers on both the specs, OAuth and GNAP. So isn't there that's why I wonder if there's some alignment going on between the two. At least there's an understanding between that. This is somebody naive just asking. Would you like some of your impressions on GNAP? Would you come up and say that to the mic so others could hear?
While he walks up, I neglected to mention, very importantly, that Deb has taken a leadership role in this health discipline for the OpenID Foundation to do 6 months of diligence on what are the areas of opportunity. So this is truly
That's why the
like a
question-
quest with those of you in the room and online to help us try and figure out what is the right role for the OpenID Foundation to play. So we know the standards are being adopted in at least some instances, and it could be that we lean in more and offer more support by engaging in the best way with the health community, or it could be that things are being addressed in other areas. So we're really just trying to find our way in the next 6 months, and grateful for Deb and all of your feedback.
Sure. Although this is a trick question because Dick himself is also active, or at least was active in the foundation of the spec.
Exactly.
So, but anyways, fair enough. Fair enough. So I'm obviously not authority on GNAP. I do think it is aligned because some of the core leadership of GNAP have been heavily involved in various OAuth 2 and OpenID Connect related specs. It is essentially much of like what you said about optionality. It recognizes the Lego blocks of the OAuth 2 world, all the various from discovery to the various transport mechanisms to proof of possession mechanisms, right? So it's trying to build a next iteration of spiritual succession to a narrow case of use cases that the OAuth 2 world and OpenID Connect world does. So at least that was definitely the foundation of it. It is iterating fast. I'm not as privy to the politics of the relationship between that group and the OAuth 2 group at IETF with OpenID Foundation and so on. But at its heart, I do think it is trying to solve very similar problems, and it's trying to profile. It is trying to profile things like rich authorization requests, some of the responses and errors. So that's it. I do think it is compatible.
And one of the reasons that I pay attention to that is that certainly when we were working on the HART profiles, there were some differences in about the idea of aligning with UMA. And certainly when I was within ONC and trying to push those type of, because it's not just authentication, it's not just authorization, but it's consent, it's delegation of authority, it's all those type of things that if you really want adoption in the healthcare, you really need to embrace that. So the idea, so if ONC, because ONC very much backed the work, we were there, but then to take that work and put it in front of industry. Go ahead. I won't ramble.
So without naming names, someone in the room told me that it would be useful to at least make the statement that the OAuth working group was very clear when asked about it, whether GNAP was going to be OAuth 3 or not. That the OAuth working group nearly unanimously decided, no, it's a different thing. There is some lineage, and there's some overlapping people, but it's a different protocol solving similar use cases. As Dick could tell us, it solves some more use cases, which is fine. But it's one of these cases where, excuse me, there's so much OAuth 2 deployment, and yeah, OAuth 2.1 will happen, but it'll largely be compatible with OAuth 2 that, you know, people may organically, people may organically decide to use GNAP for some things, and more power to them. But, you know, I work at a company with an STS that supports WSFed, SAML2, SAML1 tokens, OpenID Connect, the proprietary passport protocol. And, you know, we may have to add another protocol head. It's not the end of the world. It is a maintenance cost.
That's right. Well, and that I was kind of trying to hint at that HL7, V1, V2 messaging is still alive and is not going away anytime soon. And certainly there are services being built upon that. And I have been reading enough to know that the effort of, if I understand it, 2.1 is to really address some issues in 2.0, or maybe smooth out some issues in 2.0 to make it more, yay, now he comes up to talk. This is awesome. Thank you.
No, not Dick.
The goal of 2.1 is really just to wrap up all the documents and best practices of what's in the 2.0 world. The intention is that there's no new normative changes. Things are dropped that we've decided as a community, even before 2.1, that we didn't want to support, that were bad practices. And so it makes it easy for people to understand what it is, as opposed to looking at 15 different documents or whatever the number is. They can start with the 2.1 document and not have to read a bunch of other things that 2.1 doesn't even refer to.
Okay.
So it's fully compatible with 2.0.
Got it.
Yeah.
I got that message.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dick.
And so in this, okay, Nat, did you?
Yeah, I just. So I had a question to you. What was the gaps which was identified in this first build or second build on the gaps in the Fappy?
I should have identified that.
Huh?
Is he on the phone? I wish I hadn't, I should have put it in my slides before bringing it up. But there was, I was talking about the Norway work, and when he was talking about I wish I had the slides. Don't know. We'll get back to you on that one. But it had to do with implementation issues, and I get that. But that in the healthcare, we've got like 10 different profiles that are going on because everybody's making choices because of implementation decisions, and then they're taking those and maybe trying to get them into legislation that, like it or not, you're going to have to implement it. So it's just, as we're going into understanding that it's not just authentication and authorization, but consent and delegation. And certainly you've been doing that work within the Fappy world. And the idea that what can you do now? Most of the world is on OAuth, 2? Even moving to 2.1 will be a while. And who even knows when GNAP, if it really evolves itself, which is a totally different a totally different profile that may have some bridging to it. What are the opportunities to assist the healthcare community broadly, not just in the United States, but globally and internationally? And where could you help? And that's why I'm asking the questions. I am not the expert. I'm just saying what I see. Right. So then my final part, and a lot of it I'm going to learn today, is about the game pilot. Of course, good. The Office of the National within the United States Health and Human Services Office of the National Coordinator is the one that originally has been designated to oversee the exchange of data across the United States. And since they have what they're calling an info rule that certainly in 2011, there was like $20 billion that was put into the community to help get networks interoperability between each other. What would happen was you ended up having successful but siloed networks. And so this is the next iteration about how do you exchange information more broadly. And certainly if they're doing the network of network type of implementation within the United States, that looks very similar to some of the work that's going on with GAIN. Certainly as work is also moving from centralized to very much patient-mediated, patient-centered, the work around PSYOP and DIDs and that work is really interesting in the assurance profiles. And then just kind of understanding there's a difference between having the transactional bits and bytes to be able to permit consent versus the whole legal and documents and everything behind it that would drive those business rules for that, just to get a sense of can the profiles, I'm assuming they can, but can the profiles accommodate whatever thing is behind the scene driving that logic for it? And then maybe propose a couple sessions at IIW and actually do what I'm doing here at the healthcare forums and kind of draft an outline. That's about it. Thank you for your, oh, another question?
This is what's the role of OpenID Connect in this ONC landscape?
What is the role?
If any.
So what is the role of ONC in the OpenID Connect landscape? It's well, it's the ability to use open standards, as I think Gail put it pretty well, that the standards that can be, it's open. And many products adopt it and fold it into it. And that if it's open and it's being used in an international scale, that it makes sense to leverage. Oh, okay. How can I get to the chat? I'm not really hearing that, but there's something in question chat you want me to.
Just tell them to put a question in chat. Just tell the audience on the microphone.
Hello, is there any questions that the audience would like? Ah, you're cueing me. Thank you. Well, if they put it in chat, then I can't see it, but maybe they could speak up. Okay, and then Mike, yep, you put it in chat, and then Mike will say it loudly enough so I could hear it. No?
Unless you have anything else on the next, we're not getting questions yet, so if there's anything else in the next steps for the months ahead?
Yeah, right, I had covered that oh, that's not mine. I want to know about that, though. So this is with the next steps that I'm just digging in deeper. And from it, I think I have the, to formulate, I'm really trying, the hope is to do this really independent IVV outside from what I think looking in. So, but I don't know enough to know. Right now I have more questions than I have answers. And so I just need to dig in a little bit deeper to help and assist. And certainly, as far as my role as, right now I'm a chief data officer in a startup. And a lot of my time is spent with the Sequoia group, which is with the Trusted Framework, HL7, reading the IHE profiles. I'm certainly sitting and being involved very much in the tables that happen and what's going on, and just, you know, where are the opportunities to be able to voice and share what we're learning. That's 5 minutes. That's it for me, not unless there is any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deb. It's obviously a really tough challenge. You know, in the last month, you know, she's pulled together the diligence that she showed you, trying to map all those specifications, which I think you all know can be a bit of a thankless task. So we're lucky to have someone who is such an expert in the field, trying to stare at this problem for us, have some of the conversations that matter, to see, again, bottom line is, does the OpenID Foundation step up in this field? Are there other, you know, communities that are solving some of the problems, and so there's not much of a need for us to step up? The hypothesis of the board was that there was some there. There was more that we could do, and we were seeing the standards being adopted. But if some of these questions around profiles and like, can some of those be solved in a more harmonized way and a more consistent way? Often health is approached from a very insular, it's my country, it's my jurisdiction, it's my particular piece of the problem. Perhaps there's an opportunity to look at it more openly. From my vantage point, it seems to look like a continuation of open data more holistically, like open banking, open data, open finance, and open health. So we're clearly seeing our standards really propagating well in the open data space in general. So hopefully we can do more, and we'll look to the diligence of Deb and the HEART team in the months ahead to try and pull that story together. And the board is looking to make a decision on our next steps and whether we lean in or rely on others come September. So really crucial period. If you have any perspective and guidance, please do feed it into Deb and the HEART team, and hopefully we'll get some clear answers through that conversation. Thank you. Moving on to our next conversation, OpenID Connect for self-sovereign identity protocols, which Torsten's going to lead us along with Christina. I think they're going to do a bit of a tag team. Oh, Christina's going to lead, and you will tag in. I see how it is. Right, very happy to have you both. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. So it's a pleasure to introduce you to our work on OpenID Connect for self-sovereign identity. All right, what is this work all about? OpenID for SSI aims at providing the community with a set of protocols on top of OpenID Connect and OAuth that help to enable SSI applications. It's an initiative conducted in a cooperation liaison between OpenID Foundation and the Decentralized Identity Foundation. And is especially one of the specifications that was previously been done at DIF, the DIT SIOP spec is being replaced by what we are doing, and it also replaces SIOP v1. I would also like to note that there is an ongoing discussion in the community about the name of the family of specifications, and you are all invited to join that conversation. We plan to have a session at IIW. Yeah, we plan to have a session on IIW to sort things out and to come to a conclusion about what's the best terminology will be going forward. All right, so first question. Why should we use OpenID Connect or OAuth as a basis of our work? Because, I mean, you can just do something completely clean slate. Oh, well, there is already in OpenID and the OpenID Connect core specification. Oh, that's completely contrary to my typical habit. Okay, I will try.
I can try follow you.
And by the way, the camera is, all right. All right, so in contrast to the perception that people typically have of OpenID, OpenID Connect was not made with the intention to establish monopolies in identity management. OpenID Connect is a protocol for conveying identity data in a secure fashion from A to B. And it also already supports a broad variety of architectures. So we've got OpenID implementations that are huge and central and process billions of transactions per day. We've got decentralized federated schemes like the one we are operating with more than 1,000 IDPs. And from the beginning, there was a concept called the self-issued OP in the OpenID Connect specification, which already envisioned the idea, well, there could be an OP that runs on the phone of the user, under the control of the user. And we picked up on that concept and further evolved that. And if you take a look at the landscape of protocols that are available for identity today, I think we will relatively quickly realize that OpenID Connect really stands out for its simplicity, right? You can use a Postman, just HTTPS, a bit of random numbers, and you can do your dialogue, right? You need to check signatures, except you use Argnon, right? So it's really super simple to implement, which is one of the reasons why developers like it, and it is secure. And we've got, for example, one researcher in the room that did security research on OpenID Connect. Daniel, please raise your arm. So the security of OpenID Connect is not only shown in practice and really analyzed by security specialists, it has also been scientifically analyzed. And well, there are libraries and all that stuff. People are familiar. So a lot of good reasons to start based on that foundation. And that's what we do with OpenID Connect for SSI. And that shall serve two purposes. First of all, existing deployments shall be able to really utilize also SSI concepts on both ends, providing data, but also consuming data, and also providing the community for new applications with something that's really simple, secure, and useful. All right. That's an overview of the specifications that we are working on. You know the typical architecture for an SSI applications. They've got the verifier that consumes verifier presentations. That is the holder, typically using a digital wallet to manage credentials. And there's the issue that in the end issues credentials. And what we have done is we have defined 3 different specifications that we are going to explain in this presentation. Let's start on the right-hand side on the verification interface. We've got 2 specifications there. First of all, there's self-issued OP v2, which is an extension to v1, which focuses on the topic of key exchange and authentication. And then we have on top of that a specification that's called OpenID Connect for verifier presentations. And as the name suggests, that's a protocol that an application, a verifier, can use to request and also receive verifier presentations of credentials, including the cryptographic holder binding. And on the interface between the holder and the issuer, we've got OpenID Connect for verifier credential issuance. And again, as the name suggests, that's a protocol that allows to request and receive verifiable credentials. And
so
with
can I
that,
clarify. So just 2 points of clarification. When we say verifiable presentations, when we say verifiable presentations and verifiable credentials, we don't only focus on credential format that's defined in the adversary CVC data model. We also take into account ISO MDL format, smart house guards. So when we say verifiable presentations, it really means a user can present a credential in a way that a receiver, relying party, can verify it belongs to that person, something we call it's a holder binding. So in a nutshell, the model we're really talking here is where a user can present a credential directly to the verifier without being redirected to a third identity provider. So that means the protocol of presenting becomes separate from actually user receiving that credential, which is the issuance. So I think that's kind of, the natural.
I think you can take over.
Okay. No, this is yours.
Okay. All right. So my last word on that, I mean, as Christina already pointed out, what we're doing here is not tied to a certain credential format. So people that hear OpenID Connect typically think, okay, this is about JOTs. Well, you can use JOTs. And I think Mike would agree with me, there is no point in not using JOTs, right? They are simple and they work. However, there are other credential formats that have interesting capabilities and characteristics. So people are free to use those different credentials with the protocol. So what we have done is we have built the rails, but the credential format and the crypto scheme and the key management philosophy and whatever that is used on top of that is can be chosen. We have seen prototypes already in the field with WSOC verifiable credentials, with Indie Anon creds. We are working on stuff with LD proofs and BBS Plus and so on. I mean, MDL, I think we see an example.
Yes.
If not, but it's possible as well. So it is really credential agnostic. And I think that's really important right now, because the market of credential formats is really an emerging market right now. New credentials pop up every day, and that there is a reason for that, right? And we would like to facilitate people implementing applications and not limit them. And with that, I hand over for a detailed description to Christina.
Thanks. Yeah, so probably the way to win hearts and minds of this audience is to give a bit more technical details after giving use cases. So a bit more. So first, conceptually, I guess I already summarized in the comment I just made, but if this is an oversimplified OpenID Connect core model we're all familiar with, where in order for user to log in, you have an ID token signed by the key of a third-party OpenID provider attesting that this user's subject identifier is this within that third-party OpenID provider. So the trust relationship is between the relying party and that third-party OpenID provider. Whereas in self-issued OP model, what really changes is ID token is being signed by the user-controlled key material, which means it's a user saying, this is the subject, signed by me. I attest this is my identifier. I want you, relying party, to use to authenticate me. That is the biggest kind of crux of SIOP that we came down to after a few years of conversation. And maybe an important point to note is, maybe it's the next slide, but yeah, so the trust relationship becomes more into kind of cryptographic signature on the ID token. And some of the conversation we're starting to have is probably some attestation about how those keys are being managed. So key attestation and app attestation, which apps the user is using to prove possession of that key material that is now controlled by the user. And we do allow decentralized identifiers to be used as a mechanism to identify the user, as an identifier of the user, but that is not the only option, again, just to clarify. So if you want to use SIOP v2 alone, that would be authentication. User saying, use this subject identifier to identify me. If you want to present a credential issued by a trusted third party, because any claims included in the self-signed, subject-signed ID token would be self-attested, right? It would be the user saying, these are my claims. So if you want to pass additional claims signed by, let's say, government of California or whatnot, this is where OpenID Connect for verifiable presentation specification comes in. And what would happen is the user tries to log in or present a credential. So we probably need to update. And that's where there's this interaction on where credential being presented. And in addition to the previous flow, what happens now is the relying party does not have to directly contact the issuer. What relying party does, it looks up the public key that the issuer used to sign that credential. And that's how the relying party establishes trust in the credential it's receiving. So this is verifiable, cryptographically verifiable nature of this presentation. And potentially, if there's a revocation, status list or something, that's another thing the relying party would have to look up. But the crux is that the issuer does not know where the end user is using the credential, with which relying party, where, for what purpose, and how. That's kind of the crux. And probably worth noting that self-issued OPv1 started only with the implicit flow, but now we are expanding that to allowing wallets with cloud-based components. So that means you can do authorization code flow, potentially CBA and other flows with self-issued OP flow. Again, the crux becomes user being able to self-sign the ID token and being able to present a credential signed by a trusted issuer that the relying party can verify without directly talking to the issuer real time. Sure.
Yeah, so go back.
Yes.
So how does the binding between the subject and the ID token for the self-issued ID token
Yeah.
and the credential which is issued by this example government company?
There is. Yes, so the question was, what is the binding between self-signed ID token and the trusted third-party signed credential, like verifiable credential or MDR or whatnot? A short answer is there is no binding right now. The user identifier, it depends on the use case and model you're trying to implement. So there is no requirement in the specifications that these identifiers have to be the same, in short. So if I, as a user, choose to, let's say, present a blinded, unlinkable presentation, verifiable presentation that does not reveal any of my identifier, but I choose in the self-signed ID token to include an identifier I want to keep using to re-authenticate with the relying party, that scenario is enabled, for example. So there's no direct binding. If there's a scenario where that binding should exist, probably we should discuss. Yes.
Basically, there's one way. I mean, from a protocol perspective, if what you want to make sure is that it is the same holder, the same user, this binding is ensured by the protocol mechanisms. So typically, or no, not typically, always, the ID token and also the verified representation it's going to issue it in the same protocol step are tied together using a nonce value. In that way, you at least know that the transaction's integrity is ensured. Everything else is like Christina said, it's application use case specific. There are good reasons to not tie that together. If you want to tie it together, you can do so, because in the end, it's the user that chooses the identifiers that are being bound to the ID token and the credential.
Okay, so it's bound by nonce, then it's like good old OpenID Connect in the sense that.
So yeah, so they.
Yeah, you can't do a store on forward kind of things.
Yeah, so the mechanism where you're making sure that the verifiable presentation I'm presenting is not being replayed, that I'm actually controlling the key I'm used to sign it, is yes, through nonce and audience. I mean, it depends on the credential format really, but with JOT VCs, for example, it will be nonce and audience. Even with linked data proof VCs, it's going to be challenge and, the same audience and nonce, yes.
Yeah, the genesis of my question was that I've presented some of the challenges of the OpenID Connect PSYOP protocols back in 2018 or something like that, that identifiers, like how to use, when you wanted to use the credentials that was issued by the issuer which ceased to operate. Like, your university may have gone out of business 20 years ago, right? And you still might want to use the university degree credentials, which was issued 30 years ago, right? And, the challenge is how to prove the binding there. So that was one of the...
There are two steps to that.
Yeah.
First of all, you would, I mean, if you would cryptographically bind a university degree, I wouldn't do that for good reasons. But if you would do so, you could still present the credential because it's the user that is in possession of the private keys of the university. If the university goes out of business, in the end, the only thing that might happen is that there's no longer a status list or something like that. But basically, credential is intact and can be used, can be checked for integrity and authenticity.
Yeah, and
the nonce is just used for the presentation request, which is more or less just like an OpenID transaction. It just lasts for a couple of seconds, and it just needs to make sure. We just need to make sure that in the course of the OpenID Connect protocol exchange, no one is able to inject something. Yeah. That's everything. What the nonce is used for. The rest is based on the cryptographic or on the claims-based binding with the holder.
Yeah, I fully understand the nonce thing. Maybe we can do the follow-up. But yeah. The other thing is the connected question is how do you do the key rollover? Key rollovers, right? But you don't have to answer right now. But that's the kind of things which.
Yeah. So two quick points. So maybe issuer ceasing to exist is where use cases where actually DIDs might be useful, because if you use, DIT web or like hosting issuers GKS URI as a domain, if the issuer ceases to exist, domain disappears. But if you've written on the blockchain like 5 years ago and the verifier doesn't care about, key row over, you can still use a key to validate, probably, given post-quantum hasn't happened.
That's a general idea. Right?
Yeah, general idea.
And
We'll see implementations, but yeah, we should talk. Okay, great. So, the new marks are a bit. So
You see, a lot of things are new. We wanted to confuse you, so that's why the allocation of the new mark to the bullets is gone.
Right. So just update on. So we published the latest version of the specifications. All of the three, SIOP v2, verifiable presentations, and credential issuance, both it's OpenID.net and OpenID.bitbucket.io. So if you're accessing those, you are looking at the latest version. And just updates for those who are tracking. So protocol is definitely credential presentation format agnostic. We do have examples not just for Diversity VC data model, but also AlonCRAT, which is part of Hyperledger Indie project, ISO MDL, ISO 1813 Part 5 mobile driving license. We are using presentation exchange core syntax defined in Decentralized Identity Foundation as a part of verifiable presentation specification. So that thing can be passed both by value and by reference. Support for trust schemes, what we really mean is if you want to set a policy, let's say, I want to accept a credential issued only by the issuer that is part of this trust framework or this federation, like that is now supported. So one interesting aspect is initially SIOP. So the cracks also becomes, how do you open a wallet? User has a wallet, how do you open that wallet to receive a credential, right? And that is kind of orthogonal to user being able to present that credential without, issuer knowing how and where. But that is now not just through custom URL schemes, which something like OpenID : // but also HTTPS URLs, claimed URLs, as some people may know it. All Connect flows are supported, not just implicit flows, which means, wallets that have cloud components are now also supported, which has been demand from higher assurance government-related use cases. Cross-device flows are enabled. You can start the flow, presentation flow on the device, which is separate from the device you have the credentials stored, if the credentials are stored locally. And we are leveraging, there are multiple options, but to make it easier for existing implementations to migrate, we are leveraging existing OpenID Connect discovery and registration mechanisms to obtain metadata. And this might be important. If you're an so our current assumption is that it would be relying parties who would have to support both ID tokens from traditional OPs and self-issued OPs. So the way to differentiate those two ID tokens from an RP perspective would be self-issued ID token would be different because it would have ISS equals sub. Essentially, really trust, what's the English word? Just like in explained, it's subject signed ID token. So ISS equals sub. And ongoing wallet and key attestation. Maybe this is where we could get some help. So status, very quickly, both implementations, both specifications, SIOP v2 and OIDC for VP are in the first implementer's draft status. So you're free to implement them without any IPR concerns. We are targeting second implementer's draft by the end of this year, partially because both of the specifications are referenced in ISO MDL specs to 3220 series. To 0 part 4 more concretely, and they want to have a latest stable version they can reference. So that's kind of a milestone we are operating at. And there are a lot of existing ongoing implementations. For those in Europe, what might be interesting is European Blockchain Service Infrastructure. If you look at their reference kind of interoperability profile, it references all the three specifications we're going to talk about. And there's some really good interoperability work happening. Okay. Did I take more time than that.
Since we are running out of time, I suggest we skip over and explain the credential
Yeah,
issuance.
go ahead, take it over.
Yeah, shall I?
Yeah.
Okay. So I will try to do it fast so we can take questions in the end. Right. And if you want to see a demo, because we have running prototypes for that, please reach out to us. I mean, we will be around today and the whole week during IRW. All right. I would like to then introduce you to the third spec, which is the credential issuance spec. So I briefly described that. This is the spec that a wallet can use to reach out to an issuer and to obtain credentials. So the most important design principles. First of all, it's just an API. It's an HTTPS-based API that is called and used to obtain credentials. Pretty simple. Authorization of that API is based on OAuth. We recently changed that to use OAuth as a base protocol in order to simplify implementations. We had used OpenID Connect previously. We support the code flow, so you can do everything you want with code flow, CBA, device flow, whatever you want in order to get a token to issue credentials. And we've defined a new grant type to support a new kind of model, which is new to OAuth, but which is quite common in the SSI space today. Which is if you are on a website or in an app and you have just concluded a process, for example, you have successfully passed an exam, and you're being offered, well, do you want to obtain a digital certificate for that? Well, I want. And then you just are being offered to download that using a QR code or a link. And that's what we have designed as an OAuth extension as a new grant type. The key features of the protocol is credential format agnostic in the same way as the others. We have running prototypes of W3C verified credentials, and others are possible as well. And what's important is there are, in the issuance process, methods to demonstrate proof of possession for the key material that the credential shall be bound to. Because we have different credential formats and we want to use different crypto schemes, there needs to be some flexibility. So basically, you can use a JOT to do proof of possession, but you can use other structures as well as needed. And I hope we can, at IRW, have a session about using FIDO attestation for that very purpose. We plan to have a session on that, so to add that to the mechanisms that are supported by the spec. Yeah, one really important unique feature is that because it's based on OAuth, the wallet can reach out to an issuer and obtain new credentials in the course of processing a presentation request. So to those of you that are into identity for a long time, I think it's quite obvious, no one really prepares for anything. So if you're hitting a request to identify yourself, then most likely you do not have the credentials in your wallet that you need for that. That's my personal assumption. And so it's great to have in that very moment the ability to reach out to the issuer and to obtain a credential. And that's what we can do with the spec, because it's just naturally using the capabilities that the APIs and OAuth have built in. So you can do either an advanced credential issuance, or you can do an on-demand inline credential issuance. And I would say, yeah, and which is what's also very important when it comes to adoption. And speaking from my own company, so if you have an OpenID or OAuth implementation up and running, you have an IDP, or in our case, 1,200 IDPs, it's pretty simple to make them credential issuers, because they need to implement the API and to implement the new authorization details type or scope that is used for credential issuance or authorization of the credential issuance. And that makes adoption very easy, which is very important, because without credentials and identities, I think this is not going to fly. All right, I would suggest, how much time do we have?
Close.
Okay.
And we do have
so no question?
And we do have a question online.
Yeah. Yeah, so the question online from Federico Chardong is, what about the wallet to store the verifiable credential? Wallet is a hot topic in the SSI community. Is the idea to make OpenID Connect compatible with the standards being developed in the SSI space?
I would say the simple answer is yes.
Simple answer is yes.
Because what we do is support can be used with any kind of credentials. So we have discussions with the GWP authors. I think there are 2 in the room. MDL it was mentioned, and so on. So yeah, we be compatible with all those different standards. Because we don't take a stance with the credential format, and that's very important when it comes to storing credentials.
I'm not sure what OIDC compliant wallet. I'm not sure what OIDC compliant wallet means, to be honest. But in addition to the being credential format agnostic, another probably important point is a conversation we're having now. How does the issuer establishes trust in that wallet, right? Is that wallet capable of securely managing the key's credentials? Because the trust model is really when the verifier receives the credentials, if it verifies the issuer's signature on the credential, it wants to be done there. We would want that to signify, okay, the issuer must have done the checks. So if issuer has signed, it means this wallet has been, securely been storing it. And obviously there would be use cases where that's not enough, and the verifier would want to verify, probably key attestation, app attestation too. But that's where I think the wallet conversation becomes more important. How do we trust that wallet? But that's another part to the answer you already given.
I think we better wrap up there. And then I think the intention is to continue the conversation in IIW,
Yes.
right? With at least one session and invite the wider community to engage in exactly those topics that Federico brought up on the opportunity and interoperability, because that's the ultimate goal, right? Is to scale this kind of answer and see if there's appetite, not just in these walls, but in those of some of the other communities.
Yeah, so last note, this was an update for the SIOP special calls happening under the Connect working group. The calls are bi-weekly after Atlantic Connect calls, or the same time as Atlantic calls the alternate week. So they're weekly calls at Atlantic time, 8 a.m. PST to be precise. So that's where because for credential issuance draft, we are also targeting it to take the first implementers draft by the end of this year too, because again, there's another ISO specification that wants to reference this draft to the 0 part 3 now. So yes, we do need contributions. All right, yeah, that's it.
I think we'll thank Torsten and Christina for their presentation. And I think we've heard some allusions to the links here to government issuance. I think many in the room are directly involved with government parties who are trying to wrestle with this, like to the degree that government plays a role in issuing digital identity credentials. This kind of interface, the role that OpenID Connect for the self-sovereign identity community of specs, what they could do is really interesting. So thank you. We're going to move on to the next.
Torsten's up next. I would recommend we just take a quick 5-minute break now so I can resolve the camera issue.
All right, 5-minute break. Thank you, Mike.
I like the egg rolls. Wonderful.
I'd like to check the formatting of the slides. I'd like to check the formatting of the slides because the formatting of the other slides was a bit destroyed. No problem. Yeah, that's fine. That's good.
This thing too, that's a camera, presenter camera, but it doesn't.
But what happens when you use the
It goes to some random person.
So what we need to do here, the fix here, is unplug. I'm glad you're here to help me. We have 2 ways I need to unplug here so it's not hitting my camera and present wirelessly. You with me? So let's do this.
Oh, like join the meeting. Yeah. I got you.
Oh, I'm already connected here. There we go. That should do it. So.
Oh, your screen was already up.
Oh, was?
Yeah.
Back to that funky thing. I'm not sure what's going on here. Got the camera right. It's doing this weird thing.
Black is weird. Oh, so you know what? Go back over there. Swipe over. Like 3 fingers or 4 fingers. Whatever it is. Yeah, the other way. Yeah, so now you can go up to, like, just hover above the top.
Oh, there it is. There it
But
is.
it's weird, like the window menu is not coming up, you know, like.
Yeah. Is it Cascade? No.
Try just like double clicking on the title bar. And if you drag, it doesn't do anything.
That's like completely.
What happens if you go like manually into slideshow? It's still stuck. That's so weird. It's almost like it's frozen.
Yeah. How about if I stop sharing my screen?
Yeah, I would stop and restart the whole. Yeah, I would like quit PowerPoint and just
On our side.
try just yeah, now do the green thing and see if it.
Yeah,
5 minutes. And make sure this still. Yep. Okay. Cool.
Cool. Thanks, man. Appreciate the help.
Of course.
Sorry about your slides.
Why?
And that didn't go really well. I mean, those comments. You have that binding on
Hello. Let's take a seat and get restarted, please.
Is there some
Okay. But it's the same camera as before. No, that's the camera someplace else.
I don't know why it's still using.
we can't see the camera that's shared, right? This is a different camera. This is from the, this is this one here. Okay, so I can ignore that camera because I'm.
Yeah, how do we do that?
Just put it. That's East German style.
Fine German engineering.
Not always, not always. Sometimes you have only.
Hello, all. Please take your seats so we can get started again. I just. Go on the OpenID site, everybody write this workshop, so I'll create a new page and publish everything to there. Okay, everyone, please take your seats so we can get started again. Not loud enough?
All right, some of us in the room are having way too much fun seeing each other and catching up. So we are swiftly going to call you back to order. Thank you to the patients. I'm going to have to start calling names for who's gossiping entirely too much. Thank you to the patience of those on the phone. I know we were a little bit longer than 5 minutes to get restarted here. Our next agenda item is to talk about GAIN. GAIN is the Global Assured Identity Network. announced by Nat and Gottfried at the European Identity Cloud Conference last September. It is a bit of a dream, a bit of a vision, and one which we as the OpenID Foundation are trying to make real and tangible to try and truly achieve an assured identity layer for the internet. Delighted to have Torsten flying in from Germany to talk to us about the current work of the OpenID Foundation hosted proof of concept for GAIN. We are just offering a safe space for that community to convene and to work on the technical interoperability and gather that community together. But we as the OpenID Foundation are also one of the 5 nonprofit entities that are trying to help deliver on that vision. And this is not an initiative that's controlled by a single private entity or a single nonprofit. It's a little bit of a vision that Torsten will walk you through, but which we believe could be really meaningful for the wider community to lean in and solve some of these structural problems together. So thank you, Torsten.
Thank you, Gail. So let me first run you through one of the fundamental ideas of GAIN, and then I will focus on the work that we are doing under the umbrella.
Thank you very much. We are doing under the umbrella of the OpenID Foundation in the GAIN POC community group that I have the pleasure to be one of the co-chairs of. So basically, there was a white paper written about the Global Assured Identity Network and was published last year at EKYC and presented by Nat and Gottfried. And they illustrated the basic problem that we are facing, right? There is a tremendous need for digital identity in our society. And the lack of identity and security is being used by criminals, and people lost control about their identity. And what we want to do is we say, well, we have learned, especially during the COVID pandemic, that digital identity is key, right? Is key to a lot of use cases. And I just talked to someone that pointed out, hey, identity is key for payment. Yeah, it's key to payments, it's key to other things, access to health data, and so on. So we need to solve that. But the vision of GAIN is not to solve that and build an entirely new technology stack or something like that. I mean, there are other initiatives that try to do that. Our perspective on that is a bit different because we think that there are initiatives already underway, or there are services available that provide people with assured, trustworthy digital identities. And well, why don't we just link them up? Why don't we build a network out of those existing initiatives? So just to mention some of them, Aadhaar in India, right? Secure Key in Canada, Bank ID in Sweden, and others. They are there. They can help to solve digital identity use cases. Let's try to bring them together, which has the advantage to leverage existing reach. What I have learned in the last 15 years working on identity, technology is nice. But in the end, what really counts is reach. You agree, Vittorio?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you. So, what happened after the publication of the white paper? 5 nonprofits built an informal group that works together on, well, detailing and evolving that idea of the Global Assured Identity Network. And they work on that from different perspectives. So there's OIX, the Open Identity Exchange, that is working on rules and governance and also on semantically interoperability between different trust frameworks. Because let's face it, identity, especially in regulated use cases, is about the law, right? So there's criminal code, there is anti-money laundering law, and so on. And there are different and potentially not fully compatible laws in different jurisdictions. So if you're talking about global identity, you have to couple of those issues. And that's what OIX has taken on. And then there is the International Institute of Finance that brings in the perspective of the financial industry. We are cooperating with the Cloud Signature Consortium, and I happen to be the representative of the Cloud Signature Consortium in that group. The CSC works on APIs for remote signature creation, remote signature and seal creation. It's a broadly adopted standard. Then we've got Gleave. They're working on standards for identification of legal entities. And last but not least, we've got the OpenID Foundation. And we have taken on the piece of evaluating the technical feasibility and the product market fit of that idea. And other nonprofits are invited to join. We would be very, very happy about others to contribute to that effort. And as I pointed out, we do not want to invent or develop new technologies. What we want to do is to use what has demonstrated to work and build that global scheme. I mean, on the way to that, we most likely will identify gaps in existing standards. And then we will work with the responsible or respective bodies to fill that gaps. But basically, what we want to do is the existing identity schemes and networks shall be brought together on the basis of interoperability. So that's what we have been very successful with at OpenID Foundation. Driving standards that in the end achieve technical interoperability, conformance testing that brought interoperability to a completely new level. And that's also the vision for GAIN going forward. So no new aggregator, no new network layer, but the identity information providers providing their data to recipients, relying parties, without any intermediary by adhering to a coherent set of technical standards. We know that's possible. It has been done in open banking schemes throughout the world and should be possible for digital identity as well. All right, so let's start with the GAIN POC community group. The GAIN POC community group was established in March this year. And before that community group, there was an informal, we call it now the Alpha POC working group that started in summer last year to work on that topic. And first we discussed what hypothesis we want to evaluate in the POC and what are our goals. And in the end, we think that we have successfully completed the POC if we really have understood from a technical perspective how a live production network would need to be set up in order to really share billions of digital identities across the globe between IDPs and relying parties. And if entities are confident enough to pick it up and really build and set up a production network. And one very important aspect, as a community group, we are not envisioning there will be one network. What we are building here is a blueprint. We're aiming at building a blueprint that can be used to link up identity providers and relying parties. Using a, as I said, coherent set of technical standards. I mean, we hope in the end there will be one network that I think would serve the vision at best. But in the end, DNS also did not start, or the internet did not start as a global thing, right? It started as islands. And then in the end, those islands were connected. So we are focusing on the technology stack and on the blueprints. And we want to demonstrate that GAIN can be built on top of existing networks and solutions, right? I already explained that. And that identity providers, identity information providers from different jurisdictions can input into GAIN. I mean, this is a prerequisite. Otherwise, it's not going to work. And we would like to demonstrate that it is possible to incorporate identity sources that use different architectural approaches and also different philosophies. Federated, self-sovereign, and whatever will come up in the next 20 years. And what we also want to evaluate is whether we can go beyond identity. Because already in the first discussions, we found out that complex scenarios that we really see in the real world require more than just identity. Sometimes you want to do, or in very often is the case, that identity and payment go together. Or you want to digitally sign a contract and such things. And we would like to show how those different APIs can be combined in such an approach. And last but not least, our ultimate vision is that a relying party can access all the IIPs in the network with a single contract and with a single credential. And that's really hard to achieve, because what you need to do today, if you want to connect to a secure key, an Aadhaar, I don't know even if that is possible for private entities, but Bank ID in Sweden and our system is you need to sign a contract with each of those parties. You will get an invoice, you get your client credentials, and so on and so on and so on. And they are typically also have different technical interfaces. So this is really a high bar that we have defined. What we want to do is a relying party gets one set of credentials and can interact with all of those different IIPs, which means the relying party must be able to discover what is available, to select what fits my use case and my needs, and then can securely establish a connection and can interact with that IIP. So that's what we want to evaluate. Quick timeline. As I said, we started in summer last year with the alpha POC, and we have already successfully implemented a interoperable interface, a profile actually of OpenID Connect for identity assurance that Daniel is going to talk about, I think, in the last session. And we successfully conformance tested those IDPs. We have agreed the community group, which was really, really a big leap forward, thanks to Gail and the others involved with that. Because what we learned is in the alpha POC, this is a bit different than a standardization group. In the end, since we are setting up a test environment, we need to sort out liability. Not only IPR, but also liability, because we, for example, provide IDP services into that network. Anyone in the group can use those services, and typically that requires you to sign terms of service, right? So, and with the help of the participation agreement, everyone can sign that participation agreement, and we can provide services and can consume services out of this test network without any further hassle. And it was really a big achievement, even though it's not technical. All right, we agreed on the goals and hypotheses, as I said, and now we are working on moving things forward. I will talk about the details later on. So we are focusing right now on connecting relying parties. We are via standardized APIs and network functions to the network, and our hope is that we can demonstrate real end-to-end scenarios in Q3 this year. We will have a demo at IRW, so we will show what we already have being built. So if you are interested, please come to the demo or just reach out to me or to Daniel. All right, so I would like to quickly go through the different hypotheses and where we are right now in the work. So first hypothesis was we can build GAIN on top of existing solutions, and we can have cross-border participation. What we did is we defined the profile of OpenID Connect for identity assurance, a really, really small functional set, which means that the IIP provides a verified name, family name, place of birth, along with an attestation of the trust framework that is used to actually maintain the data. And it is already implemented in 3 places. So it's Bank ID in Sweden, the German savings banks, and DITSME. And this is really cool, because DITSME from Italy is not only a IIP from Italy, it's also an SSI solution. So we've got one centralized solution, which is Bank ID Sweden, which is one solution for all bank customers in all Sweden. We've got the German banks, where every bank itself is an IDP serving its own customers. So it's a distributed, decentralized identity federation, if you like. And we've got an SSI solution in the game. And you can see all 3 of them in our demo. And there are more implementations that are being worked on or are planned. Just to mention some, MoiID is an IDP from Czech Republic, Secure Key from Canada, and we are also in discussions with Australian and Indian service providers. So I think we have to some degree shown that one can use or can build interoperability on top of existing solutions, not by implementing some layering, but everything that was needed to really adopt the existing interfaces to what we have defined was built locally with every service provider, under the control of the service provider. Different IIP approaches. I basically already told you the story of that slide. So we've got 3 different architectural and conceptual perspectives here. We've got one service for all banks on the right-hand side, which is BankID Sweden. We've got the large-scale federation, which are the German banks with 35 million digital identities. And we've got a wallet that all three implement the same interface, which means the relying party just doesn't need to care from a technical perspective. What's behind that interface? It can just obtain the data, right? I mean, where the rubber really hits the road is then to assess, is that data good for my use case? Is their assurance level sufficient? But we will tackle that later with the help of OIX. What we have right now is every IDP at least will tell the relying party what trust frameworks and assurance levels it is compatible with, right? So for example, the German banks in their ID tokens or user info, you will see, well, we are compatible with trust framework, the German anti-money laundering law, right? So, and the relying party can then decide whether that is suitable for its use case or not. All right, fourth, other APIs. Oh, there is a lively and ongoing discussion in the group what we're going to do next. And if you want to join us, there is a Bitbucket space. You can read and you can create new issues. And we meet every Thursday. Well, we have alternating slots, so I can tell you out of the top of my head. Yeah. We are heavily switching time zones because this is really a global group. So if you go to openid.net/gain, I think /POC, you can find our page and can see the details. And we would really appreciate if more people would attend and contribute to our effort. So what we are working on right now is we are working on identity, clearly. So I already mentioned OpenID Connect for identity assurance. But we're working also on SSI-specific support. So beside the fact that our current profile allows to access a relying party all the data, independent of the philosophy, we also would like to demonstrate that it is possible to expose more native protocols. So relying parties that filter down to a certain set of IIPs can also say, I only want to see those that have, for example, a cryptographic holder binding, if they want. And we are talking about extending the API set with account information, payments, and clearly electronic signing. Right. And the last point is, make RP integration simple. As I said, one contract, one credential, one invoice. So we are right now conducting a survey of design principles of technologies that are being used today in the wild to manage relying parties and IDPs on a large scale. And I mean, in best case, we just select one technology. Likelihood approaches to 10%. But if not, then we can at least pick and choose and select what has worked and can talk about what we need to do on top of that. The use cases we are working on with relying parties are manifold. We are focusing on use cases that use or require assured identity, but are not really regulated. Because regulated use cases are typically, that's really top notch, that's the highest bar you can achieve, and that typically does not work across jurisdictions, unfortunately. And that's the next slide that more or less already or shows again what we are working on, and that everything we do is synchronized with OIX, which is very important because OIX does the work and governance part of the network and the semantical interoperability. And we need to make sure that we have the tools in place to convey all the data that is needed from a semantical perspective. And that it is. Do we have another break? Okay. Questions? Yeah, questions, sure.
Super excited to see on that previous slide, the IDP chooser. I'm super excited to see on that previous slide, the IDP chooser circle. Can you tell us a little more about that?
Yeah, well, our assumption is that the relying party will be provided with data that it can use to determine what IIPs are available in the network, what their capabilities are. So the relying party could implement their own choosing process. And there will definitely be a choosing process where the user decides, well, I want to use my data with BankID Sweden or with German Savings Bank. On top of that, we think it is worthwhile to elaborate whether there could be a service, a component that can be integrated in the relying party and does that on behalf of the relying party. Because the selection process might be a bit complex. And if the user once decided it wants to go with one IIP, likelihood is very high that the same user will use the same IIP for the next relying party. And that's why we see, because of the ability to share that state, that such an IDP chooser might be a good idea.
Since we're talking about IDP choosers, have you, and I know that you don't really require a self-issued identity, a wallet or something, but have you thought about an IDP chooser that ran on the user's device?
I mean, in the end, the IDP chooser, I would assume, always runs on the user device because it needs to locally store the selection, right? I'm assuming you're referring to someone that does not use a backend component, but it's just running on the. Honestly, we're not a far approach in our ideas. So if you want to contribute, we would appreciate your contribution.
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to share Tim's joke because he's sitting behind me and too bashful. But his joke was, will Elon Musk use this for Twitter X? And I think, although a joke,
Twitter on the screen.
although presented as a joke, I think it actually introduces a kind of important underlying question, which is, isn't there a role for a solution like this to kind of solve some macro problems that we're seeing in the internet? You know, the digital platforms are facing, social media platforms are facing, our hosts are facing. It's a non-trivial set of challenges. And if people like those in this room are not able to solve this problem, who is going to solve this problem? So it's starting from very modest roots, you know, from the time that Nat proposed it, you know, with Gottfried last September. And, you know, Torsten's representing one company and wears a couple different hats, and several people in the room are trying to make this happen. But the real question for the group is, what does it really take? Like, if it's not us, then who? If it's not now, then when? Like, at some point, right? That I don't want to be too visionary and, like, you know, in the cloud, since I'm not the technologist that you all are. But this seems like a really crucial moment, and the technology's there. So why not lean in?
Yeah, joking aside real quick. I mean, if you saw his top 3 changes is authenticating humans that have a Twitter account. So it's a very interesting timeline.
And we've been remiss about introducing ourselves, and I started that. I'm Mike Jones. I work on identity standards at Microsoft and the OpenID Foundation. Some of you were involved in a pretty interesting conversation lately about wallet selection, IDP selection, and whatnot. And to Gail's point, if not us, who? Part of the problem is we can produce technical solutions that work, and we have. OpenID 2.0 was usable across the board by anyone. Vittorio looks horrified, but people accepted any OpenID provider. George Fletcher can attest to that, being one of the early implementers. OpenID Connect also enabled IDP choice, and we had a discovery protocol based on WebFinger for doing that, to let people choose their identity providers. And yet, deployers, who are as big a part of this as the technologists, chose, for their own reasons, to implement NASCAR screens with, you know, 3 or 4 providers, because it was easy for their users. It was less code for them to maintain, maybe. You know, when I describe what I love about my job, and I will reach a point after this, I love that in any given day, sometimes in the same conversation, we're talking about everything from cryptography to business models and protocols and everything in between. Well, it's all in play here. If we're going to solve the choice problem, there have to be business models for people for deployers to choose to solve it. I don't have a magic bullet. I know how to write specs. I know how to enable user choice on paper. The business discussions are really consequential here.
Oh.
So I just was having a hard time seeing one of the principles being technology agnostic, yet how can you do that without some I don't want to call it centralized, but some governance kind of standard metadata managing if you're going to have these multiple, how would you manage that without having some authority for that?
I mean, technology agnostic in the end means you can use it with different technologies. As I pointed out, we can use OpenID Connect, we can use Telecom, we can Wacky, whatever is suitable for implementing a use case. What I'm envisioning is, or what we think is that there needs to be enough information in the, we call it participant directory, for another party to decide whether the technical prerequisites are fulfilled to interact with the other party. So a concrete interaction cannot be technology agnostic. A concrete interaction will be based on a certain protocol that we need to test. We can provide the metadata so that the entities can decide, well, are the prerequisites fulfilled that I can interact with the other party.
I guess that's is who's providing the metadata? I guess that's part of my question.
That's a mixture, I would assume, a mixture from self-declared and third-party asserted data. Because like in human society, right? I can tell you what my name is, or I can show you my ID card, and then you see what the federal government of Germany thinks my name is. And that's the same for metadata, right? We are not there yet, but my assumption is that will be a combination of data that the entity itself manages about itself and its capabilities, and something that you need someone else to attest. So for example, compatibility or showed compatibility with a certain service, or what is your name as a legal entity? I think you would like to rely on someone else, like we do in human society, to really attest, yes, this is a service run by yes.com, the company from Switzerland. So it's a mixture.
We have one or two questions.
Two quick questions over here.
Hi, I was just curious. On one of your previous slides, you said something about account information and payments. I was just wanting to get some clarification what your thought process is there. Murray Jordan from BZ, by the way.
What we would like to evaluate is whether a certain service provider in the network could provide account information. So that could come in a combination. So it's a service provider can serve digital identities, but can also serve account information. A bank, a financial institution, I think would be a suitable candidate for that. And whether we can make the RP experience and also the user experience a very seamless one, right? There are a couple of questions on that. First of all, is a network only about digital identity? I don't think that's a good idea, because that's really limiting, right? Most use cases have more needs than just identity, and that's the first question. And the second question is how can we make the user experience and the RP experience really a great experience? Those are some of the questions we would like to pursue.
Yeah, hi, Andrew Hughes from Ping Identity. Where are the originators of the credentials that are being aggregated in the IIP rules? So the IIPs are presumably the identity proofer organizations, the banks, and so on. Where are the governments that issue the credentials in the first place in the picture? Because I know they're considered, I just didn't quite see the circle where they fit.
They are not being considered in that architecture.
Okay, so
we are talking about those service providers that actually provide you with the data. So a classical IDP or a credential issuer.
Okay, so the credential issuer does proofing, creates a record, and then that's where they gain trust.
Typically, yeah. I mean, in the case of our banks, for example, it's the bank that does identity proving, then it keeps a record, and it provides that record via OpenID Connect or any other protocol to a recipient.
Is there any interest in connecting with the government credential issuers at some point in the future?
You mean in the sense of those issuers issue digital credentials, or? Yeah, sure. I mean, from my perspective, that would make sense, right? Exactly. I'm so far. I mean, yeah. I know in Germany, the German government is an issuer. I could use a digital identity, and it's also provided by an OpenID Connect interface. Yeah. Do you want a mic?
Hopefully helping to answer your question, Andrew. It could be a mobile driving license using the 18013-5 standard. It could be a verifiable credential, using standards that I think are still in development. And of course, the government can also be a relying party of this kind of service, right? Which could be very interesting for cross-border use cases, whether that's within Europe or, more globally. So it's one of the kind of underpinnings for why this is relevant to governments today.
In the end, it all boils down to the overall objective, solving digital identity problem on a global basis, right? So, thanks.
So I think we'll move on now. Mike, are we going to take the break or say the last break? Is it? We're going to move right through. We got to keep rolling. So if you need to take a break, go on your own. We're going to carry on in the room with the sessions. I'm just going to say warm welcome to Tim from Microsoft, also one of the co-chairs of the Shared Signals and Events Working Group, another fantastic area of development. Looking forward to hearing your presentation, Tim.
Cool, thank you. So this was originally going to be a little bit probably longer than 10 minutes to ask a question and maybe discuss. I think what we're going to do is talk about the use case and then maybe take it to probably the Connect call to actually discuss just because of time. So as we were working through the Shared Signals events, kind of the past year or so, we've been really looking at what parts of the existing ecosystem could be served by SSE that we didn't necessarily address when this came to be. And let me talk a little bit real quick about what SSE is if you're not familiar with it. My animation croaked your laptop, sorry. There he goes. Okay. So SSE really, if you've been familiar with the OpenID Foundation for a while, there was this initiative called RISK, which was really targeted about mostly consumer account takeover type scenarios. Account disabled, change password, all these things that were heavily leveraging the consumer identity space. We started looking at it was Microsoft, Google, and actually my previous employer. We actually met in one of these buildings over here somewhere, and we started looking at what do we need to actually tackle some of the zero trusty. I know it's a buzzword, but zero trustee type use cases around that's loosely centered around identity, right? They had some identity bearing there. And what we realized through this whole process, and sorry, I'm condensing like 2 years worth of stuff into a few minutes here, but what we realized is a world without SSE and a secure webhook framework for sharing signals is a mess, right? If you've ever tried to set up this is no offense to any of these people up here. These are all active participants in the group, but this is how you set up webhooks, right, for all these different companies. There's really no webhook standard out there. They're fairly universally understood, but they're not universally implemented. And so what we thought about was how can we make actually SSE the kind of go-to webhook standard for signal sharing related to identity. That was kind of our first thinking there. And that's essentially where I think we've gotten to at this point. We're able to essentially support use cases like a very, this is kind of your stereotypical zero trust use case. So I am in an office, right? I try to access a file. The user signs in via federation to the IDP. At this point, the IDP actually says, hey, I'd like to know, when something changes about this user, let me know, right? Because let's say this is an important file that shouldn't be viewed at Starbucks because the user may have walked away from their laptop, let's say. How do you actually notify the service provider or the receiver that context has changed, right? That context is kind of the key buzzword for SSE is, context is changing, right? And again, it's a Gartner buzzword, but it's a real problem. And so in this case, right, the user's at their desk in the office, location information was used, all that context, the user is able to access a document, let's say containing like employee PII, right, about one of their employees. The user moves, right, they still have an active session on their laptop. They move to a coffee shop. Let's say that the agent for the document service, right, OneDrive, Dropbox, whatever it may be, actually notifies the IDP that the user's location changed. All they did was tell the IDP the location changed. They weren't making a decision, but ultimately the IDP who was in control of that session ultimately made the determination that a policy change has happened and that the file sharing service may want to enforce a different restriction, right? So now that maybe that's read only, or maybe they can't access the document anymore. Maybe the page re-renders into something else, right? So that's kind of your quintessential use case that we really looked at for what we've kind of called CAPE traditionally, which is Continuous Access Evaluation Profile. And so that work kind of all came together into what we're now calling SSE as the parent framework, with a bunch of use cases that ultimately are they're essentially event definitions, right? So we have a set of event definitions for consumer account compromise, which is risk. Then we have the zero trust style use cases, which are under CAPE, and the entire spec family, which I think should be the next slide. I'm going to skip that. The entire spec family is designed so that everything down here on the bottom left is modular, right? The core SSE spec, we rebuilt it in a way that if you want to support a new use case, all you have to do is add a new profile. In theory, you don't have to change the core spec. And that's been hugely valuable. We've already had, Gail has come to us with a number of new use cases that we've been able to say, if you want to do that, we can add a profile tomorrow, in theory, and support that use case. It is based off of a good chunk of it is in OpenID. The other half is in IETF for some of the delivery and transport type stuff. Let me go back one slide real quick. We do see SSE as completing what we've been kind of calling this federation circle. I'll talk about FastFed in a few sessions from now, but really we've kind of come full circle. We're going to have FastFed for provisioning. FastFed for setting up federation, SCIM for provisioning, OpenID Connect for sign-in, and SSE to bring everything full circle to really bring the session control full circle. So one of the things we were thinking about, Tom is somewhere. Tom's been awesome at helping us, really get some traction here on getting people interested in SSE and implementing it. One of the things we talk about is what can SSE do for the OAuth and OpenID Connect community directly, right? And we thought about something like token revocation notification. One of the use cases that Microsoft was specifically in the room to drive SSE and CAPE originally was session revocation, right? Not specifically about a token, but a higher level concept of the session. And we thought, well, do we need a more specific, very pointed event that tells you a token is revoked, right? There's not, as far as the research I've done, and I haven't been in this industry that long, but there's nothing really out there for truly notifying of a token revocation. There's actually one OAuth spec which actually goes the opposite direction, where you tell the token issuer you no longer want the token, which is a very specific use case. But there's really nothing that is a push mechanism to say, instead of you long polling the user info endpoint or one of these other endpoints to see if the token's still valid, just tell me on the fly as you go when you decide that a token is no longer revoked. That could be a SAML assertion, it could be a ID token, it could be a JWT-based access token based on Vittorio's profile. And so it could be as simple, quote unquote, as a resource server that is consuming the token and leveraging it, right? They ultimately say, hey, I want to subscribe to events. Really, you could subscribe as generically saying, my audience, right? myresource.com. Any token that you issued with an audience of myresource.com, I want you to send, sorry, this is like delayed as I click the button here. Never use animations, right? So this could be as simple as setting up, hey, I want to subscribe to any token revocation events for the subject of my resource. And that connection is live and you would sit there and wait for events and you no longer have to long poll anymore, right? So again, this is just kind of, is this a problem? We hear about it a lot at Microsoft scale, billions and billions of tokens. So the more, there's always, from a COG standpoint, there's always a benefit of cutting down on the number of unneeded requests, right? And every time you hit an API and it's unauthorized, that's another round trip each time. So we don't have to discuss, we can discuss, I don't know about time, but I don't know if we're gonna be able to have a lot of discussion, but is this a use case in the Connect community that you think we should address, or in the OAuth community? What are people's initial thoughts here?
We can take a couple questions.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure what the time was. Is this actually a problem? Yeah.
Wait for others to come in. What does good look like in 5 years? There's a lot of thought leadership in the room, right? We got Microsoft in the room, we've got Cisco in the room, there's Amazon in the room, there's Google in the room, like working on that with many others, like VeriClouds, Tom, you mentioned. A lot of grownups, right? Looking at these problems both for their own businesses and then how to look at that across the community. In that context, what does good look like in 5 years? Because it could go much bigger than the intimate community is now, right?
Right. Absolutely, and that's one of the. I think we're at an interesting point with SSE in that there's a lot of very specific identity use cases that are being addressed, and now we're, it's the age old like implement the platform, then all these other use cases could be enabled beyond. And I think that's the point we're at is what does this, by implementing SSE, you as an IDP or you as a application provider get the following sets of benefits immediately, and then what can you get in the future? As you know, we are at a very as you may know, sorry, things are about to get very interesting with browsers, and logout is probably going to break. And so there's a very interesting use case here around using server-to-server logout notifications, which we do have with OpenID Connect back channel. But could we leverage this even for more detailed session notifications in the back end, or token revocations in the event of a logout, right? It's interesting when getting into some of this eventing stuff gets really interesting because it's what level of detail are you either the authority on or just signaling, right? That was a big debate in the beginning of this process, which I see a lot of faces in the room that were a part of that, is prescriptive versus descriptive, right? Ultimately, this is not a command-based platform or a protocol, at least for now. We've been having some interesting discussion around that. But ultimately, like who for logout, are you ultimately saying that the session is revoked, or are you saying that a token was revoked, or that we have determined that that user should no longer continue a session, right? And there's a devil in the details on all those statements. So. And that is time. So I'm hoping, we will definitely be popping into the Connect working group to kind of continue this discussion. We just wanted to kind of pitch it out there. It's very timely. Sam walked right in after I talked about the browser thing, but there's Sam. Hi, Sam. You thought you were going to sneak in. But yeah, as I mentioned, the browser changes is one of the use cases where we really think SSE could potentially play a role here. So. Is my next one next? Or?
No. And I apologize for the rush. Our next presenter, unfortunately, has a conflict and wasn't able to make it here. So he's going to come off mute. I'll manage his slides. It's Bjorn Helm with Verizon Wireless, our vice chairman of the OpenID Foundation and the Moderna Working Group chair. Bjorn?
Yep, I'm here. Can you guys hear me okay? Can you guys hear me okay?
Go ahead, Bjorn.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, so this is the Moderna update. So the Moderna was created to support the GSMA technical development for Mobile Connect and similar industry standards. And we'll cover some of those later in the presentation. It was also to enable mobile network operators to become identity providers and develop a profile as well as extension of OpenID Connect to use by MNOs to provide identity services. Moving on to next. So the participants and contributors are a range between mobile network operators and providers, solution providers or equipment providers. And so these are all that are participate in one time or another to the specifications that the group has developed. Moving on to next. So working group status. So the group is bringing the working group drafts that are not yet in implementers draft status up to implementers draft status. We already have 3 implementers draft status specification in the authentication profile, account porting, and user question API, and 1 publication in final as a CBAC core. And so, as you may all know, there are profiles of the CBAC core, and Moderna is one of them. Fappy has also a CBAC profile. We are actively working on, not yet, certification of these specifications, most notably the CBAC core, the Moderna CBAC profile, and the user question API. And as we'll see later in the presentation, we are in active engagement with various outreach activities and forums where MNO are either engaged or has an interest. Moving on to next. So speaking of which, collaborations and outreach. Moving to next. So as I already mentioned, GSMA is one of the key partners of this working group. Besides the Mobile Connect, there are work referred to as RCS, where there's either a standalone or a chatbot type of service that utilizes OpenID Connect for either user or entity verification. There are also some use cases where you onboard a device that requires interaction with the user, where OpenID Connect is leveraged. Moving on to next. Another partner that we're reaching out to is 3GPP. So for those not familiar with the Third Generation Partnership Project, they're responsible for majority of the standards that today's wireless networks are based on. They had developed a set of specification for mission critical services, and those are used for public safety agencies. And the reason for bringing that up is that they have developed a OpenID Connect, a mission critical profile to perform user authentication. In order to get access to this priority domain, you need to authenticate the user, and OpenID Connect was selected to support that functionality. In addition to that, there are additional work within 3GPP on vertical services. And as such, the OpenID Connect is adopted into that work based on what was done for mission critical services. So there's also a OpenID Connect profile for vertical services. And the intent of this outreach is to allow the foundation to maintain those profiles and provide support for any new work that 3GPP are considering that relates to OpenID Connect. Moving on to the next slide. The latest is the outreach to ETSI. Now, this is not a pure Moderna interest. It is somewhat connected to Moderna because of the heritage of ETSI in the telecom community. And so ETSI is a European standards organization that develops specifications for various aspects of a communication and infrastructure. They are a founding member of 3GPP, and so we're finalizing a liaison agreement with ETSI. The primary interest, or the initial interest between ETSI and the foundation, is the electronic signature and infrastructure work as it aligns with the SIOP work in the Connect working group. There are additional areas of interest where ETSI and the foundation can build on each other's strengths. And I believe those are my slides.
I know Bjorn has a tight schedule, but does anyone have any questions for Bjorn on the Moderna working group update? Thanks for joining us virtually, Bjorn. Much appreciated.
Sorry I couldn't be there, and thank you for accommodating my schedule.
Thanks, Bjorn. Up next is OpenID Foundation Chairman Nat Sakamura to provide us with the Fappy working group update.
All right. Thank you very much. So I'll go over the Fappy working group quickly. So Fappy stands for Financial Grade API. It started off as a financial API, but a lot of people actually outside of the financial industry wanted to make use of it and requested name change. So we changed to financial grade. Okay. And the working group itself was founded in June 2016. And as I told you, originally it was targeting the financial use cases, and there were only 3 people in the beginning, right? But lots of requests, to adopt that, they're wanting to adopt it, so we changed the name to financial grade, and it is now for everybody that needs to secure APIs. And it's been adopted in many jurisdictions. Lately, Brazil has been a hot place. All the banks are mandated, all the banks and the fintechs are mandated to use Fappy and go through the Fappy certification. And the FTX has recently announced that they are adopting Fappy as well in the United States. Okay, and this is for APIs that is medium to high, that requires medium to high security. And we have three approaches in mind. One is a redirect approach, and the other two are decoupled approach and embedded approach. And much of our work is centered around redirect approach for now, although we do actually have decoupled approach in as an implementation draft as well. And the genesis of this spec is that RFC 6749, this plain old auth, doesn't protect a bunch of communication channels. I mean, is open to attack. So we went on to secure them by using these existing facilities. And also, we removed the support of bearer token and moved to the sender constraint token entirely. Okay? And also, on Fappy 1.0, formal analysis has been performed, and it's known to be secure under the assumptions. And we do actually have conformance suite to test that if that the implementation actually conform to the specifications. And what you have on your right down there is the list of implementations that went through the certification. I think there are over 100 of them, and it was a movie on my slide, but it is just a photo there. And if you wanted to see the details of the Fappy certifications, you can go to the link there to find them out. Another approach that we are taking on is the decoupled approach, which doesn't require redirects. And we are using something called SIBA there, which Bjorn just explained. And this essentially uses the push notification to mobile devices to get the out-of-bound authorization and authentication. And we are also considering how to do the embedded approach as well by popular demands in the European continent. And then we are now working on Fappy 2.0, taking the learnings from Fappy 1.0 as well. By the way, Fappy 1.0 became the final specification, final standard last April, I think, or last March. Okay, and there are many pieces needed to achieve open banking that Fappy 1.0 didn't cover. So in this picture, you need the entire stuff to achieve open banking, but Fappy 2 actually supports only the orange part. And then in addition, we do have new shiny pieces available for simplification. So that's what we are doing with Fappy 2. Let's expand the scope as well as refactor to simplify. And the red portion is what Fappy 2.0 is actually working on, right? That's what we are up to right now. And it's leveraging PAR that uses JAR, which are the in IETF standards now, and RAR, the rich authorization request. And we are working on the grant management API And also, we are leveraging all security best current practices, RFCs. And for the security analysis, thanks to the directed funding by Australian agencies, we are now performing the formal analysis on Fappy 2.0 baseline profile and advanced profile with the help of University of Stuttgart. And Fappy 2.0 conformance suites are being built as of now as well. And of course, we do find issues in the spec texts, and we are getting feedback from the certification team to fix those issues. Now, Outlook. So, baseline profile for Fappy 2.0 is currently an implementer's draft, the first implementer's draft. Attacker model is first implementer's draft. And then grant management is a working group draft, and advanced profiles in preparation. And, we are already seeing adoption by external entities like Norwegian e-health systems and Australian consumer data right. And you can find more information about Fappy by going to the Fappy microsite, whose QR code is there. And I have also provided additional readings on Fappy. So that's for me on Fappy. Any questions? Do I have time for that?
Yes. Thanks, Nat. We do have a question online. Let's cue that one up first. What is being considered in the embedded approach?
It's yet to be considered. We are working with Bering Group on that. And we are going to have a meeting on May 5th. So we'll find. There's a question.
Thank you. I'm from PayPal, and clearly Fappy means everything to us. My question is, in the adoption of the Fappy across different regimes in the open banking and open finance space, we definitely see that they're not interoperable. Does OpenID plan to do something about it? Or is that for every other financial player to fix?
So that's what we are trying to achieve through GAIN initiative as well. I mean, so as well as, we are creating the grant management specs. I mean, so UK created their own registration scheme, right? And then Australia did their own thing, and Brazil did their own thing, slightly differently, right? And that means that it is a good candidate for international standardization, and grant management is what we are working on right now.
Thank you.
Welcome. And Gail?
I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more around the adoption you're seeing and the migration from open banking to open data. So maybe some of the different countries that you haven't mentioned that are moving down this path, and the movement from open banking to open data.
All right. So UK is moving from, well, what was it? UK is moving from open banking to open finance. Australia is moving from open banking to consumer data standards, starting from the open energy. And Brazil is moving from expanding from open banking to include open insurance. So that's more like open finance as well. Did I answer your question?
Sorry to steal from you. There's a paper that was just recently written by your co-chair, Dave Tong, and we talked about like 6 different countries that have adopted the Fappy 1 standard, obviously Australia moving towards Fappy 2, and I understand there's about 20 different countries moving down the path, some of whom have done something different, like the Baring Group, but most of whom seem to be selecting Fappy. And I think part of the question the lady behind me was speaking to is the opportunity for interoperability, which is a paper DEMA is just started writing. So it seems like the opportunity, but also the risks are increasing. And do we intend to play a leadership role in solving that problem? And I think I know the answer.
Thanks very much. I mean, it's actually incredibly difficult to hear because of the echoes that you in the front. Any other questions? Okay, sure.
So on top of Fappy, all these countries are creating these APIs, right? And on those, these APIs are more geared towards banks, right? But PayPal is not really similar to a bank, the way the accounts are created and all. So is there some way, is there some approach that you are suggesting to standardize the APIs on top of just the authorization part, the open banking and the open finance?
You mean the functional APIs, right? Yeah, so the Fappy right now is just mostly concentrating on the security profile, as the name suggests, and the functional APIs tend to be industry specific as well as jurisdiction specific, because they do have, for example, even the banking, the financial instruments which are available are vastly different. So we do see some challenges in standardizing the functional APIs. But then, we've been, a lot of us are actually looking into, the possibility of pulling out at least the common part. But that's still yet to be done.
So maybe at least the scopes, we can at least standardize the scopes for, because each country seems to have their own scopes. And sometimes the names are also interchanged. Same names are used across the country. Right? It's becoming difficult.
You mean the old scope?
Yeah. Like.
Yeah, don't know. I mean, using the same scope for different meaning probably is a bad idea. As well as we are actually going towards the, rich authorization request with, for the privacy purposes, you actually need to minimize the data that you are going to touch. And for that, you need to have the granular specification. So maybe scope can be too blunt. Okay.
Thanks, Nat.
Thanks very much.
All righty. I'm Mike Jones. I'm here to talk about OpenID Connect, one of our working groups. And I am still on Nat's slides. Okay, there we go. So you're certainly almost always all using OpenID Connect. It's become so ubiquitous that I found that I run into it when not expecting it. I learned, for instance, that AT&T is using OpenID Connect when I went to pay my DirecTV bill, and I looked at the redirect URIs happening, and I thought, oh, I know what's happening here. This is by no means an exhaustive list. There's lots of sites, large and small, and applications that use Connect. Unlike OpenID 2.0, we're not trying to make it a consumer brand. It's plumbing, which is fine. Here's a diagram done by our own Pamela Dingle. This version was from the 4th of February, 2014, which is a while ago now. This was the original spec map of the specs that we were building for Connect above the line, as well as a bunch of underpinnings in the ITF, which we were co-developing and built upon. Some of these are probably familiar to you now, and some of them have stood the test of time. So this is a really exciting time for the OpenID Connect working group. I really mean it when I say that more is happening right now than at any time except when we were building the initial specs, some of which you've already heard about from Torsten and Christina. So, logout. People like to log in. People also like to log out, especially if you're in a kiosk or public setting. I won't belabor the point, but there's different ways to do it, some in the front channel, some in the back channel. There's a longer discussion, which we can have at IAW, about the ways that front channel is at risk or has already started failing. That said, you know, we were convinced a long time ago that there wasn't one way to do this. Front channel is probably the most commonly deployed. Back channel is the one that's going to survive at least the next test of time. And all of these can be used with the RP-initiated logout, where you're at a relying party, you say, I want to log out. The RP tells your identity provider, oh, by the way, I'd like you to log out too. And then the 3 specs above are the ways for the OP to tell the other RPs that may be logged in as you, please log yourselves out as well. So there's enough going on with logout right now that it warrants a second slide. We are halfway through the 2-week working group last call in the working group for these 4 specifications. You are requested, as some of you are already doing, to file issues in the Bitbucket issue tracker if there's things that you don't understand, if there's things that you would like to see corrected, or if just things that you'd like to tell us. Following the working group last call, after we address the comments and issues raised, the working group plans to start the 60-day OpenID Foundation-wide review period to make these final specifications. It's been a long time coming, probably too long. Nonetheless, we'd like to put a nail in it and say these are done, even if some of them, for browser change reasons, end up being historic. We want to document with final specifications, this is the way the industry's been doing it. Another area that there's a lot of work towards getting to final specification status is in the OpenID Connect Federation space. There's a lot of issues that have been filed. We've been systematically working through them and addressing them. I'm happy to say that this is in production use by government deployment in Italy. There's a number of implementations from Finland and I believe Austria that have demonstrated interoperability, as well as, of course, Roland Hedberg's implementation from Sweden. And we are moving towards final status. For those of you who may be in Trieste in a month and a half for the TNC refeds meeting there, Roland will be talking about the progress, and we may be in final review by that point. George Fletcher wrote a few things, many things actually, but wrote a prompt create spec. It is an implementer's draft, and I'd like to poll the room and go interactive on you a little bit. Is it time for us to approach final specification status, or are there additional review and cleanup that need to happen? I'll ask you first, George, but others that are familiar with it.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit more. Sure. I think there's probably a little bit more spec text, not normative, but editorial, that
probably should be put into the spec before we declare it final. There are a couple of implementations already, but I think there's a little bit more work that needs to be done there.
Okay, thank you. Another from George is the native SSO specification. I know that George has previously requested feedback on whether this would work for your use cases. And the related question, is it time to clean that up to the point we try to make it an implementer's draft? My sense, it probably is. George nods. Any other thoughts in the room? Again, that's about being able to have multiple applications from the same vendor. If, for instance, you're from Google and you have a Gmail app and a YouTube app and maybe some others, this would be an approach for getting single sign-on among them. Not that Google hasn't already done that in their own way, I'm sure. But that is an illustration of the kind of use case that this enables using a standard. Torsten wrote another little speclet that defines an unmet authentication requirements error code to let the RP, or to let the OP tell the RP that it couldn't do the job that it was expected to do and to cause a hard failure, where normally you just pass errors back to the RP and let it figure out what to do. This is another one that probably should at least become an implementer's draft at this point. Torsten, do you agree? 2 thumbs up. Both the good Torsten and the others Torsten weigh in. Thank you, Torsten. There's a claims aggregation spec by Edmund J., Nat, and Tobias that enables relying parties to request claims providers to return aggregated claims through OPs. That's another one that could use more eyes on it and help us progress it. You have already heard about our success story, which is the OpenID self-issued provider v2 spec. I'm not going to belabor it. I will say that it's, as Christina and Torsten pointed out, it is credential format agnostic. Recently, we merged support for the code response type, and we're actively working towards a second implementer's draft. The second in this triad of specs is the verifiable presentation spec. Again, you've heard about this already. We're working towards a second implementer's draft. And if you have presentation, you do issuance before that. And we recently added an issuer-initiated flow to satisfy some use cases that we've seen in the wild. The other major change to the issuance spec was we base it directly now on OAuth 2.0 rather than OpenID Connect. That said, you can use an additional OpenID scope and re-add in the OpenID goodness if you choose. And we're working towards first implementer's draft for that one. Errata. As good as we are at this, we sometimes make mistakes. And the good news is people, particularly those who implement the specs, catch these little mistakes and they tell us. It can be as simple as leaving an S off in a string that should have been HTTPS in an example. And there's things that are more consequential, but we've been systematically fixing these. I will say that there's still 33 tracked errata issues, which isn't too surprising because we went final in 2014, that amount has accumulated since then. And it's my personal goal to work through those in the next coming weeks. Why is that? I would like the logout review, which is 60 days, and the errata review, which is 45 days, to coincide in their end dates so that we can systematically cross-reference both sets of specs with the same dates. I will say that there's been discussions in the Connect working group and among the OpenID Foundation leadership about the possibility of submitting our final OpenID specifications where it makes sense for what's called publicly available specification status, or PAS, which is a republishing without changes into ITU and or ISO, which may, or only ISO, Nat corrects me, thank you, which may give an easier time for people and organizations in some jurisdictions to decide to reference our work. Hear, hear, says Gail. Thank you. This is the first workshop in a while. We haven't had somebody talking specifically about the OpenID certification program, which is okay. Joseph Heenan, thank you for all the work and the team that you're doing, as well as Mike, Les, and Gail. So what is certification? It's the process of being able to verify that deployed implementations meet defined conformance profile definitions. So we test whether you're doing the things that the specs say that you should do. And the goal is to make high quality, secure, interoperable OpenID Connect and now Fappy implementations the norm. A certification, importantly, has two components. Remember earlier how I was extemporaneously talking about the marriage of engineering and business? Well, here we go again. There's both technical evidence that you passed the tests, or you ran them and you passed them. That's the engineering side. There's also the business side where you're making a legally verifiable statement that I really did this and my company or myself as an individual stands behind the work. Both are needed to get a certification. And there's a clever logo that you can use once you have such a certification. And thanks to Joseph Heenan today, again, I got a real-time update this morning that there are now 1,445 certifications that have completed in the program of 386 different deployments. This is outstanding. This is the only other slide where I have a continued because there's so much going on. We recently made a very large change to the engineering back end of how we do the certifications to where they're now in a database. Well, what were they before? They were in a hand-edited WordPress page. And I did a lot of the editing in the beginning, as did others. But you know, we've grown up, and because they're in a database, Joseph could run that query and give me that result really quick. It also means that you could run a query and pull down custom sets of certifications that are pertinent to you and display the results because the data is public. So this is a good advancement. The other thing that as a board member, and especially for our treasurer, who is lurking in the back with a single tassel beard, that we are now financially self-sufficient in the certification program. That was a long time coming. Don Tebow did heroes work to try to get us predictable estimates, and they kept getting better and better, but thanks in part to some of the national Fappy profiles, especially Brazil, there is now a steady stream of paid customers. And it is no longer a financial burden to the foundation. We are still not going to charge so much that it becomes a huge profit center. We want people to have no doubt that it's worth their money and time to certify. But we're out of the woods. This is great. That doesn't mean that memberships aren't still greatly appreciated. Our single tassel-beard treasurer points out that that doesn't mean that memberships are still not very much appreciated. And, we're not done. This is a work in progress. For instance, there's funding and work going on for EKYC IDA certification tests. And your working group and your protocols could come next, given a little matter of directed funding and having sufficient staff resources to do that. But this is a success story. I'll say personally, I think this is one of the things that's really invigorated the foundation and has been a draw and built our credibility internationally in many ways. So thank you for all that have worked on this. Gail?
Question from the floor. Thank you. A question from Raghavendra online. He was asking a question about redirects. So this may go back a little bit, Mike. Are there any considerations towards standardizing anything for SPA single page architecture, which doesn't do a 302 redirect? Should I say it again?
Thinking on the
or you
fly,
can answer. You can answer on the web.
I'm not
either.
sure what that would look like. If the questioner is at IOW, this would be a great conversation to have. I know I'm tight on time, and I don't have a credible answer off the top of my head.
And it's a hard problem for the community right now, isn't it? Yeah.
Thank you. There's a number of related working groups also doing really good work. You're hearing about many of them today. I won't belabor the list. These slides will be on my personal website and they'll be on the foundation website, so you can go back. There's a number of resources that will also be on my website from this deck. If you remember my blog, selfissued.info, these will go up later today, and I'm sure Mike Les will be putting all the rest up. With that, there is one other working group that I'm responsible for talking to. And in the interest of time, I'm just going to talk to it. There's the Enhanced Authentication Profile Working Group, which is about enabling signals to be communicated about requesting and using stronger authentication methods than might otherwise be used. We did some token binding work. The token binding ecosystem story is not a happy one. I'm going to skip that for now. The other work which is live is work that defined two ACR values, authentication context class reference, for phishing resistant authentication and phishing resistant authentication backed by a hardware key. These are closely related. And in fact, the phishing resistant authentication definition goes way back to the OpenID 2.0 PAPE specification, I believe in 2008. We recently added a POP AMR value at the request of Sam, not Sam GoTo. Who is Fido Sam? Help me, Tim. Yes. Yeah, Google Fido Sam. What is? Okay, but not this Sam. This is why it's hard. There's only one Mike in Microsoft as well. He wanted an AMR value, authentication method reference value, that said that a proof of possession key was used and not specifically saying whether it's hardware backed or software backed. I'll note that every FIDO WebAuthn authenticator satisfies the criteria for that AMR value usage. And the question here is it time to take this to second implementer's draft? I'll say yes, because the POP AMR value isn't covered by the IPR right now. Not that there's going to be much IPR in it, but I think why not? So let's proceed with that. And again, there is a deck that will be on my blog and the OpenID blog about it. But I'm going to stop on this now to give us a little time back. Mike Les looks like a happy man.
You got the next two, bro.
Yeah, in a row. Yeah. All right. Hey, everyone again. So this one is about fast federation. Just a quick working group update. Shouldn't take too long here. Quick kind of what is FastFed? Really, it's a protocol to simplify the configuration and lifecycle of a federation relationship between IDP and an application provider. So a relying party. The three major pain points that it solves is the metadata exchange. Even just setting up SAML, it's error prone because administrators need to either download a metadata document, someone doesn't understand it correctly, the certificate's bad. Like there's all this pain, even just setting up basic federation. When the certificate for SAML expires, which it should in theory in like about a 5-year window, let's say, that's obviously a pain point. Someone has to manually go make that change. If they don't, obviously assertions can't be validated. And setting up SCIM, right? We're seeing a huge resurgence in interest in SCIM. And so FastFed allows you to actually set up that process. If you saw my kind of circle diagram before, we kind of see all of these all working together. So wouldn't it be great if we had a protocol to set all of those things up at once? So real quick, very high level of how it works. An application administrator goes into the application provider. Let's just use AWS as the example. So more or less the use case here would be I want users to sign into AWS to manage AWS assets with their Azure Active Directory account, right? So I, as the AWS admin, sign into the application provider. The application provider more or less says, hi, please federate with me. Do you know about me? The IDP then needs to go and actually authenticate the IDP admin to essentially provide consent and approve of the relationship. That may or may not be the same person. In many cases, it's not the same person. The IDP admin approves, says go for it. And ultimately, the IDP says, hey, I support SAML and SCIM. You support SAML and SCIM. Let's set up this relationship. And away we go. We have a federated relationship. So that's a very, very high level version. We're seeing more and more interest in FastFed. Some of the recent security things that have happened over the past few years have highlighted the need for a less error-prone way to set up federation between two parties. So the 5 big participants in the working group right now are Microsoft Okta, AWS, Signal, and Google. Signal, if you're not familiar, was a bunch of folks from Google that went out and created a zero trust startup. So they all stayed involved, which is awesome. So the current work items for 2022. So we are working on supporting additional SAML parameters and things like application aliases. So one use case as we started to build this out, if you've ever used like the app gallery where like users, you send your end users here and they pick an app and then it takes them to the application. In many cases, there are actually like 3 different versions of that application, one for, let's say, the US versus EMEA versus whatever. And they're actually identical, except for like a query parameter gets added to it to tell it to go to the right region. So essentially the application alias ID is a way for that to be set up automatically instead of the admin having to clone it. And it kind of, if the admin has to go then create a bunch of manual stuff, it kind of defeats the point. We're also adding persistent relationship identifiers. So the way the spec works as written right now, once you set up FastFed, it's kind of over. What we wanted to do is actually allow that relationship to have a persistent identifier that can be used to either restart something, reconfigure something, or even just from a logging and auditing standpoint, the ability to see that on both sides. And that was missing. And so both of those are actually implementer feedback. We're in the process of implementing it with a few of the folks on that logo slide with some application providers, which is exciting. I think we're at the point now where momentum is building because people are actually starting to implement. It took us a little bit to get to that point, but we're there now. From the future side, we want to attack SCIM authentication. So that is currently in the spec as like defer to SCIM, and the SCIM spec doesn't have anything. So as the SCIM work at IETF is being recharted, I see Nancy in the room over there, and Pam is involved. We're gonna tackle those in conjunction to ensure that they stay in line. Interestingly, FastFed does not have there's a draft for OpenID, setting up OpenID Connect, but it's not quite there yet. We actually see FastFed as absolutely critical for providing an easy button to transition from SAML to OpenID Connect. So we want to have an OpenID Connect profile that can support it. And to bring that kind of full 360, bring the whole thing full circle, we want FastFed to be able to configure SSE and set up that relationship automatically if both parties want to. So those are kind of the three future items moving forward. Couple of quick resources, and I'm going to jump right into SSE because that was the next one. So I already hope. Oh yeah, I don't know if this is going to play smoothly. Cisco put together this awesome 1 minute. Yeah, we're not going to get sound. Unfortunately, I'll send the link out. But Cisco put together this awesome little, informational video on what SSE is. We already talked about what SSE was in the previous session, so I'm going to skip over all of that. Now I can't get it to stop play. There we go. Okay. So some updates from the working group. The next risk implementers draft is about to start the process. We're just finalizing a little bit of the paperwork, for lack of a better word. We've seen a significant increase in working group adoption. I know like 4 and 6 doesn't seem like big numbers, but it was a fairly small group of active people for a bit. So we have 4 new organizations that are joining and actually participating in discussion, not just sitting on the call, and around 6 new people from those 4 organizations. So that's for this type of work, that's huge. We refreshed the OpenID website thanks to Tom and Atul, who couldn't be here. It's a great new landing page. It's actually like nice to look at. Like the old one was just very much like links to other places, but this is very visual and awesome. It seems like a minor detail, but we made a tools change. We migrated over to GitHub and HackMD and also started using, I think we're the first working group to formally use the OpenID Slack. The engagement has gone through the roof since we did that. I think there are people who like email and there are people who don't, and I'm in the don't bucket. So we're trying to see what ways we can officially use non-email based tools while staying in IPR compliance and all that fun stuff. So that's something actually I've been talking to Gail about kind of coming up with some more formal rules on using something like Slack or Teams or Discord even for official communication, because it's I don't think anyone likes email, but it seems to be the status quo. So current and future work items. So just like hot off the presses, we're actually starting to work with the EKYC group. They have some use cases around pending verification, right? So when they authenticate a user, they may not want to hold up the response based on the fact that they don't have a verified claim yet. So they want a way to be able to notify and say, we actually now have the claim and you can do what you want with it. So that's all work in progress. They're very interested in using SSE for that. And the other piece is there's a chunk of the SSE spec that talks about complex subjects. So when we have an event called Session Revoked, which I was talking about earlier, and that actually is designed to be somewhat higher level, right? You're not every relying party or not every receiver stores the subclaim like they're supposed to, right? They store their email address. And so the complex subject portion of the SSE spec allows you to actually describe with multiple subject types what you're intending to talk about, right? So the example we like to use at Microsoft, we have device identity and user identity. So we may want to revoke a session for this user only on this device. So we have the ability to compound subjects together to say, only do it in that case. So long story short, we're planning on actually pulling that out of the SSE spec, making it a standalone spec because the EKYC group sees value in that. And so it would be better to serve as a speclet. As first time I heard that, I like that. The other thing we're working on is making stream management more flexible, right? So one of the things that SSE provides, as I mentioned, is the webhook framework. And part of that is managing streams to be able to actually send the events. The original spec was written heavily with a one stream kind of relationship between 2 parties. We're now extending that to support multiple streams so that for things like if you want a certain set of events to go over one management stream versus another, or you have regulatory requirements that require a different set, a whole different set of authorization and all that fun stuff for one set of events. So we're actually going to make it more flexible. Instead of just the stream being derived from your bearer token, let's say, we're actually going to have a stream identifier and it's going to be more stateful. We started looking at expanding beyond identity-centric use cases, right? There was a lot of work, if you're familiar with like the STIX framework, we started to look at whether SSE could be used for some of these other threat sharing use cases. We kind of put pump the brakes on that a little bit. We think that it is actually addressed by others, but we do want to continue looking at non-identity related use case. SSE is certainly not restricted to identity. It's just, it lives in the OpenID Foundation, and that's what we like to talk about. So that's part of the industry engagement piece. As I talked about the token revoked event, TBD, we'll continue that discussion. And as I mentioned in the FastFed update, we want to create a FastFed profile for SSE so that if you are implementing SCIM, SAML, or OpenID Connect and SSE, you can set all that up automatically with one click. In theory. TM, one click. There's some, Oh yeah, so we have an EIC session, a dedicated EIC session, which is awesome. We hadn't typically done that venue for SSE, so that's awesome. Cisco released some awesome new materials. They shared signals.dev and some sample code. The shared signals.dev is awesome. It's like an illustrated. If you actually remember, Duo created a WebAuthn visual explanation. It's very similar to that. Goes through all the ins and outs and with inline sample code. And so thank you to Nancy and the team for doing that. It's awesome. And some resources, and that's it. Hopefully I was able to give you some time back.
Hi, everybody. So I have the honor of giving the update from the EKYC and IDA working group today. So what do we do in that working group? Just very briefly, you all know OpenID Connect, which enables us to send claims from A to B, essentially claims about an end user that in this slide is represented by a question mark for some reason. Just imagine that there would be a small person there. So if some institution, for example, a bank, has data about a user, that data might be verified. So the bank has verified that this user was born on a certain date, has a certain name and so on, using some passport or something of the user. And if you want to transfer that data using OpenID Connect, you can of course do that, but there's a lot of information missing in that picture. For example, the information that the bank actually verified the data and some other things about the verification. So who verified the data? How was the data verified? Did they do that in person or remotely? When was it verified, and what evidence was used for that verification? So say a passport or a utility bill or something like that. And all of this information is what OpenID Connect for identity assurance can transport on top of OpenID Connect. Why would somebody want to use that? Well, there's a lack of standards in that area. That also means there's a lack of interoperability. And that's a problem for relying parties everywhere in different jurisdictions, in different areas where they're operating. And this problem negatively impacts not only the relying parties and the identity providers who want to do something with the data they have, but also, of course, the users. And this is what OpenID Connect for IDA addresses. And the specification is ready for implementers today. I'll get to that in a moment. The business case is very clear. The standard, or using the standard, can help to reduce friction and cost. Lowering the number of validation procedures a user has to go through is obviously also great for the conversion rate. The users need to maintain fewer credentials, and this can also help with data minimization, especially because relying parties can say they just want a certain set of data about the verification, and then they get only that set. The use cases are equally clear, I think. Presenting digital identities with interoperability, with this explicit metadata about the verification process, This can be used in many applications. When you want to open a new bank account, for example, it would be great to use data you already have associated with your old bank account or with your mobile device, maybe. Account recovery, staff onboarding, accessing restricted services in government applications, healthcare, buying restricted goods like alcohol or tobacco or something like that. This pan-geographic, cross-sector, and can also help with multi-assurance processes. The hypothesis that we want to make is that OpenID Connect for IDA is the current best protocol to address these problems. The specification is great for scalability. It's designed for internet scale based on OpenID Connect. It already scales to national needs today, and it's actually deployed. So it's actually being used at yes.com, at TISA in the UK to transport verified data about users. We have conformance testing, or we are working on conformance testing, which is a great tool for interoperability. We have heard that from Mike for OpenID Connect, and the same applies for EKYC spec as well. Also reduces implementation costs. We see that because if you have a tested implementation, it can be used against other tested implementations. And the specification helps to link tech implementation to the policy domain, so it spans a very important area. We have explicit references to the trust frameworks you're operating in each protocol flow, and that can also help to be compliant with legal and regulatory regulations that you have. We won't go through all the details, so don't bother reading all the JSON you see on this slide. Also you, Vittorio. But just to give you an idea of what the data could look like that is transported in a protocol flow. Again, please excuse the formatting problems that we have here, but you see 2 data points highlighted. A trust framework is transported in each response that you get via this protocol, so you know exactly within which trust framework you're operating. You can also have more fine-grained details, such as an assurance level. We have transaction identifiers. So when was this transaction performed, an identifier for audit purposes, very important as well. Here we have information about a document, evidence that was used to check the user's identity. In this case, a driving license document that was verified remotely, and a phone subscription information that was pulled from some database or an electronic record, together with maybe some meta information about this record. So in this case, scoring information, we see that the mobile operator says that, or when the user has last swapped the SIM card to another phone, and an associated risk score. So this is just an example. This is not in use like this today, but just to give you an idea of the level of detail that you can transport using this protocol. And then, of course, there's the verified user information, explicitly marked as verified, containing all the information that the IDP has about the user, or the information that the relying party requested. What's the current status? We are in implementers draft 3 that has been approved in November last year. 2 production services, as I already said, exist today. Others are under development. We see a lot of interest across industries for this standard. This is also being used in the GAIN proof of concept that we've heard about. So another pool of implementation, so to say. And we had an interoperability testing event that also includes conformance tests to show that implementations can work against each other. And we'll probably have another of those events once we have a couple of more implementations. There's a cloud of associated standards and work. For example, we have a specification called Advanced Syntax for Claims to enable transformed claims, so to reduce data, for example, from a birth date to an age of a user. selective abort omit, which caters for use cases where you want the data, but just under certain conditions. And this is very important if you pay for the data that you get. There are extensions to transport authority information. So how is a natural person, for example, associated to some legal entity? And as Tim already mentioned, the pending verification part. And we have or there are ideas for profiles for specific assurance standards, for example, the NIST standards, GPG 45, and also FIDO. Yes, okay, just real quick, last slide. Just real quick, update from the certification team. The tests are in beta. And we plan to update the tests to newer specification versions soon. The launch of the certification program is then expected to follow once we have the next implementers draft. And the most important point is that if you're interested, if you have an implementation, please contact us. We'll be happy to show you how you can run your implementation against these tests and also to test the tests. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. We're officially at 4 o'clock, so I think we're pretty much out of questions, but we are very grateful to have all of you here today. I think that concludes our session, a very powered walkthrough of what's happening within the OpenID Foundation today. So with that, I think we'll put a pin in today's conversation. You've heard us reference many of the IIW sessions which will be proposed. Part of this group will facilitate, and we welcome you to join those and help thrash things out within the IIW forums. And of course, any other questions you might have that we didn't field, please feel free to engage with the working group chairs and myself, director at oidf.org, if you have any final thoughts. Thank you again for those online and those in person for joining us today. And for the board members joining the board meeting, we are going to convene just outside these double doors to the right-hand side. That will be the board meeting.